Well, hello everybody. Welcome to another stream. Fabulous Wednesday night. It's also known as Hump Day. We've made it halfway through the week. So here we are tonight, guys, with Pmdg Dc6 with a Buffalo Airways livery. Now, technically, Buffalo did not own a DC6, but they did own DC4s. Well, realistically, we didn't see him fly the DC4s all that much. It was usually the DC3 and those other kind of awkward looking type planes. I'm not sure. I can't remember what they're called, guys. I just don't know. I mean, I don't think. I mean, if we're lucky, maybe we'll see somebody make one of those planes for the sim one of these days. Um, but for now, we're gonna fly the DC6. I mean, for those that don't know, the DC6 is a stretched version of the DC-4. DC-4 was primarily originally used for the military during World War II. When the war was over and the planes came back, those planes found passenger service, and I do believe it was United Airlines that originally ordered a plane, but decided to have them ordered, and be stretched, the way the DC-6 is now. Um, but this plane is close enough. It's probably the closest thing we're going to get for this type of plane that Buffalo Airways did own. I don't think PMDG is ever going to make a DC-4. Um, and I'm not sure if anybody else would either. Would there already be in a PMDG DC-6? I'm just not sure, unfortunately, if there's really that much of a need. This plane is fun to fly. However, it does take a long time to get to where it needs to go. Tonight I was originally going to do a trip from Yellowknife to Fort Good Hope. We're still going to do that, but I was originally planning on also making another trip back. But one thing I didn't think about, one thing I didn't realize when I posted my flight last night was that, Fort Good Hope is about 500 nautical miles away. And it's going to take a good hot minute for this plane to get there, and to get there and back. I mean, that could easily be a 6-hour flight in this thing. Um, and I definitely just do not have 6 hours to fly tonight. I mean, 4 would be pushing it to a point, but I just don't think we'd be able to make it there and back in a DC-6 tonight within 4 hours. But we'll see. I mean, if things could go extremely well and we get there, and it only took us maybe a couple hours tops to get there, we'll see. Maybe I'll decide to do the return trip tonight. Otherwise, maybe tomorrow night we'll do the return trip back. But we'll see. But at this point, let's go ahead and get things rocking and rolling. One thing to note, the route available that I got from SimBrief to do this did come with a couple of points, but they were GPS coordinates, and I'm not about to try and use GPS coordinates in this plane. I'm just not going to try it. Rather unfortunate, but I just don't know if you can do it with the GPS. I haven't even begun to learn how to fly point to point using nav radios. I know it's possible. I know it can be done. I've just never personally done it, and I'm not even trying to take the time tonight to learn it. This plane is enough as it is to handle, so I will be using the tablet for the flight engineer. I mean, in real life, you definitely wouldn't have had only one person flying it. Yeah, I mean, when you watched Ice Pilots, you definitely always had at least 2 people in the cockpit, if not a third person. For that reason, there's just so much there that has to be set and it has to be done. So the flight engineer that PMDG built into this thing, it works, and it definitely helps you out. Let's go ahead and get inside the cockpit, and we'll start getting things ready. Now, before I even get the engineer going, I'm going to start getting the fuel and the car going. So tonight, it wants me to have 10,877,000 gallons of fuel, So as it stands right now, definitely currently too much. No, that's definitely not going to be enough. Now, I have experienced in the past that maybe sometimes it doesn't equal it out. I'll pay attention to the fuel. If it happens to warn me, hey, you're running out of fuel, I'll be honest, I'm going to cheat a little bit and add some more. Now, the other fuel going down is closer to what I have, what I need, the 10,877, but it's 1 pound short. So I'm going to go up to the next arrow, you know, 9 or 10 more than I need, but I'd rather have the over rather than the under. Now, as far as the cargo, it says that I should have 17,914. So I'm going to round it off to 18,000 pounds. So I'm going to put 9,000 in each cargo hold. Whoa, not that much. See, 9,000. Yeah, you just can't get that in between. It's going to have to be patient. Oh, no, too high. That'll work. Go ahead and... Oh, wait a minute. I need to learn how to do math. You can't have as much cargo in the back as you can in the front. So, in theory, you know what? I'm just going to calculate her out, and then I can just be more accurate. How about that? Gotta stop being lazy. Alright, so to be accurate, we really need 12,684,000 pounds in the front. There we go. Now I've got exactly the amount of weight that SimBrief said I should be carrying. I've got the fuel. I don't know if I like the numbers necessarily, but gross weight 51,367. Yeah, that's... Well, I'm going to go with it. We'll definitely be using the water injectors for the takeoff. Oh, wait a minute. One thing I forgot. Let's go ahead and get the red lights on. We'll do the before it. You know, we'll definitely be needing some window and anti-ice tonight in this thing.
Completed. Voice recorder. Tested. Oil coolers and cow flaps.
Now, there are some that really go all out in this plane, and they don't even have to use the flight engineer to hit all the switches and stuff, but I just don't fly it enough to take the time to learn and remember all that.
belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles. Set to idle. Propellers. Forward and 3. Before start checks complete. Start engines.
And then we are going to be going to CYGH. Fort Good Hope. And then so they've got us on wait a second, what happened to my route? Alright, so we're gonna do 25. We're just gonna do vectors. I'm just gonna load it. Well, I don't see my route here. I'm gonna start over. I'm just gonna go point to point. Wait a minute. Isn't there a way to if I just gotta fly heading mode, I'll do that. I don't know why it's not drawing a route. Or why it's not even allowing me to delete any of this. I said yes. I'll take that. Does it give me my route? Yes, it does. There we go, guys. Oh, one more thing. They definitely changed something here. That's not the same radio, I'm pretty sure. But, alright, so, check my lights. See what they did or didn't. I'm gonna go steady. Beacons on, we'll go with it. Seatbelts are on. Alright. Come down here, we'll go ahead and set all these to where they need to be. There we go. Well, I like to just kind of hit all these now instead of doing it one by one. Here we go. We're going to get to do what we don't normally get to do at the gate.
3, 6, 9, 12.
And there we go. Got first engine. Wait for it to reset. There we go. Go with this number 4.
6, 9, 12.
Sounds like we got another. Alright, let's go ahead and get this one. Sounds like a good start. Alright, go with engine number 1 here in a second.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Sounds like a good start. Alright, so now we're going to go with the after start.
Selected boost pumps.
While they're doing that,
Battery switch. Plane benching. Generators and inverters. Checked and on.
we got to start getting some
Lights.
window heat and stuff going. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to see out the windows before long.
Removed. After start checks complete.
Because we definitely get a nice range tonight. Get that going. Now, technically, I don't really know if we really wanted to have those on. But alright, so they say and claim we're ready to go, so there is technically no taxi lights on this thing. Now tonight we kind of got that slowish taxi. Now tonight I'm not going to be really climbing that high. The higher you take this thing, the slower she's going to end up going. And at least some extent, we are on a bit of a times crunch. But tonight, compared to the last few nights, using live weather, definitely in a bit of winter wonderland here. I thought about just going clear skies, but I thought this was going to be a bit more realistic and perhaps a little bit more fun. But we do pretty much have to taxi all the way down to the end. But I am going to start here, or stop here.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system.
Now, what did they just
Down,
mess with?
forward. Pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20.
Well, everything is where it's supposed to be. But that alarm bell sound,
Flaps set 20.
that was the basically the master autopilot on and off switch in a nutshell. And the sound that you get if you try to change something you shouldn't.
Controls. Dust lock released. Free. Detonator. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. Reach unlocked. Set. Transponder. On. Landing lights. Extended and on. Before takeoff checks complete.
Alright. like last night, we got a taxi all the way down. Now, given that it's snowing out and it's cold and I'm wanting to use the anti-ice, now I suppose in the real world, if I remember right from watching the TV show, Ice Pilots, before we would even gotten as far as we didn't do and what we did, they would have had plenty of heaters on those engines, keep them nice and toasty warm for us to have been able to start those engines. But there really is no real way to simulate that in a sim. Now, she's probably a little heavy tonight, so to some extent I'm also going to want to, see if I can make use of all the runway I can, too. Alright, that should be good right here. Alright, so we're going to do wet takeoff.
Water injection. On. 30 inches stabilize. 30 inches stabilize. Full power, please. Going full power.
Yep, my water lights are on.
Full power set.
Alright, guys, here we go. Let's go ahead and toga, even though there's really no toga in this plane. Autopilot's kind of just set that up for me. Doesn't really seem like we're gaining much speed. Very fast. But it might also be because I've got all that ice switches turned on and I probably shouldn't. She's having trouble, guys. It's that anti-ice, I guarantee it. Alright, guys, tell you what. I'm going to do it again, but we're not going to use live weather and have the need for all that anti-ice. It's just too miserable. There we go. Now it's a lot nicer out.
Cockpit pre-flight. Completed. Voice recorder. Tested. Oil coolers and cow flaps. Auto and position. Fuel and fluids. Checked. Pressurization. Set.
And I tell you what, I'm still not going to put any cargo in.
Checked. Radios. Checked. Doors and hatches. Closed. Door warning lights. Out. Gear pins. Removed. 3 on board. Seat belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles. Set to idle. Propellers. Forward and 3. Before start checks complete. Start engines.
And we'll be doing that just momentarily. Alright, there we go.
Three, 6, 9, 12.
Sounds like we got 4 good engine starts.
Start selective boost pumps. Off and off. Battery switch. Plain battery. Generators and inverters. Checked and on. Emergency lights. Armed. Ground power. Removed. After start checks complete.
Alright, he says complete. Let's get out of here. Alright, this will be the last time, guys. If it doesn't make it, and I know she cut it, I know it's set up right, then I'm going to assume that Pmdg just hasn't fixed it, and it wasn't just my mistake with the anti-ice in the first attempt, and we'll fly something else. And just wait a little bit longer for Pmdg to get it together and fix it. Now, in a perfect world, I would have had enough time off in between work and now to be able to do a test flight before a stream, but I just don't have that kind of time. And I took it at Pmdg's word with the last update that they put out within the last couple of weeks that it was fixed.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and crossfeed. Main tanks and crossfeed off. Autopilot and carb heat. Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20. Flaps setting 20. Windows and turbine. Closed and on. Controls. Dust lock released. Free. Detonator. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. Reach unlocked. Set. Transponder. On. Landing lights.
I just thought about it. I suppose what I could have done is you can go into settings and turn the de-icing off and turn the visuals off as well. I could have just, made it seem like the plane would have been bothered by the cold, but yeah, it's too late now. We just need to get underway. I mean, theoretically, I don't hardly have the throttles up and she's moving right along. Now, last time I did have some cargo in it, and I also had the anti-ice on, and she wasn't moving quite as fast, so I suppose a proper test would have been to put the cargo in as well and compare it, but it's alright. Now that we're going to be a lot lighter, she ought to be able to fly a little faster. as well. We'll just pretend we're loaded with cargo. But just because I think it's cool, even though I don't have to wait in here any longer and things are going better, I'm still going to do the wet takeoff. And I am going a little fast, but two reasons. One, I want to get out of here, and two, in reality, I'm taking up the runway, taxiing all the way down here. Other planes could be wanting to land. Why, there could be another Buffalo plane on its way in. Might end up causing our company to burn more fuel because they had to go around because I'm still here, right? There we go. All right, guys, this is gonna be it.
Water injection. On. 30 inches stabilize. 30 inches stabilize. Stabilized. Cal flaps. Cal flaps. Cal flaps set. Full power, please. Going full power. Full power set.
Here we go. Let's go. Oh yeah, she's moving faster already. How do you like that? This time I'll be able to get off the ground appropriately. When I should be getting up off the ground. Alright, we're going fast enough. We can start getting up in the air.
Positive rate, gear up. Gear selected up.
Level off just a little bit so she can gain some speed.
Flaps up. Flaps going up. Meter power. Setting meter power 48 inches, 2600 RPM.
Alright.
Meter power set. Climb power. Setting climb power.
Alright, so I'm going to see if she locks in. So far, she's going the other way, but
Climb power set. Have to take off checklist, please.
she may just circle around again and start following the GPS.
After takeoff checks complete.
Alright, so all she really needs to do is go a little further right, start straightening out. If she doesn't straighten out, then I know she's not going to follow the GPS. And I do believe she is. That was one of the main issues of why it was broken. I'm going to go ahead and put just a little bit more vertical speed into it, because we only really need to aim for the 160. And I suppose when we get her up to about 9,000, we'll level off there. So like I said, guys, the higher we make this thing fly, the slower we're going to go. And we got about 500 miles we got to fly. But I suppose now that we got clear skies, we'll be able to get a real good view of all the scenery. I know a few of these airports have some real pretty approaches. Alright, so actually what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to let her climb to 10,000. But that'll be about the highest I want to go today. I suppose if we were really going on what you'd consider to be a long haul that this plane could do, then maybe we would want to go up to around 21,000 feet, somewhere thereabouts, but we're not doing that kind of a haul. And right about there should do it. Now we got nav hold, altitude hold on. There is no real auto throttle on this bird. All manual, like the CRJ. But now we go ahead and have them turn to cruise power.
Setting cruise power.
Now if we take a look, according to this gauge, it thinks that we could potentially get up to 240 before we, a little higher to maybe 250, but it's not, typical that you're ever going to get it up that high. So guys, now that we are at cruise, I'm going to go ahead and mute the simulator and we're going to play some tunes.
Cruise checks are complete.
I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down.
Hello all, welcome back to the flight deck. So we are about 60 miles out, well now technically 57. What I'm going to do now is using the tablet here, get ready for the descent.
26 inches, please. Setting 26 inches. Set. Descent checkpoint, please. Altimeters and flight instruments. Cross-checked. Seatbelt signs on. On. Engine blower is low. Low. Descent checks are complete.
Now I'm going to let go of the altitude hold. Go down on the vertical speed here a little bit. No terrible need to go too fast. We only need to go down to about 2,000 feet. Now one thing is, obviously you don't want to start the descent too soon, but you also don't want to start descent too fast, you don't want to do it either way, too soon or too late. This bird is and can be slow down. She's slippery. So one thing to also note is you do not have spoilers to help slow yourself down. You do have the ability to use some reversing action once you land on the runway. Although I always kind of find that to be a little tricky to get going when you're trying to pay attention to landing the plane and keeping it straight. But I do have a shortcut on my BOEING yoke to enact the correct button to flip the lever for the reversers. But we'll see how it goes tonight, guys. I'm not going to at all claim it would be perfect on this plane. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take it off of nav, and I'm going to start manually adjusting my route here a little bit. And yes, pretty much everything you do, you manually have to do. Back in the day, these were what I would consider to be real pilots flying these planes. Back in the day, you had to really know your stuff. Everything was completely hands-on. There was no GPS, there was obviously no FMS, nothing to automate this plane. You had to know what you were doing, know when to descend, how fast to descend, so on and so forth. It's not like today where You know, you go to school, you learn the basics of how to fly, and then you learn how to program the FMS and how the autopilot system works, and essentially at the end of the day, you know, you let the plane fly itself. But that is just not so with this bird. Alright, I'm going to slow down this descent just a little. Still got a little distance to cover, and I don't want to be down there too early. And I definitely also don't want my speed to be too high when I get there. Obviously, I could hope. No ILS. In fact, I visited it last night. It's pretty much just a dirt slash grass runway. I'll be honest to say, I've never intentionally landed in dirt or grass with this bird. So we'll see how that goes. $4,000 feet to go, and we're 30 miles out. I'm going to have it go a little faster, only because I'm getting nervous about where it's going to be when we reach 2,000 feet. Now we're around 22 miles away. See how we sped up? We're getting kind of close to where we need to start dropping speed and going down the runway. We're picking up too much speed, but may have to do a go around.
Cooling turbine. Normal. Fuel booster pumps. On low. Fuel tank selectors. Mains on, crossfeed off. Hydraulic bypass valve. Down. No smoking signs. On. In-range checks complete.
Trying to get better lined up, guys. Oh, come on. We're about to take over. I'm just going to have to manually fly it. I'm by no means where I should or want to be. What I ought to need to do is take that dial and map it to a binding somewhere.
Mixture set. Gear up and down, please. Gear up and down.
There we go. She's my plane. Somewhere out here is the runway.
Gear down and locked. 3 rings. Browse. 2400 RPM. 2400 RPM set. Cow flaps. Plus 3 degrees. Cow flaps set. ADI. ADI off.
This is gonna be a last minute. There it is, right there.
Very right.
I was way off.
Speed good. Extending lights.
Definitely not gonna be the perfect approach for landing.
Lights extended and on. Carbine. Carbine cold. Set cold.
But now do you see why you don't want to do things too soon or too late? Ah, heck with it. Go around. Saw that one coming a little bit. See if I can trim this out perfectly and just hand fly it. Can be a little hard to do. But yeah, I mean, I should have just done this on my own. I would have had a lot better time trying to line it up instead of trying to, rely on that old-fashioned heading dial. But like I said, I don't fly this plane much. If I did, I would have probably already learned and knew all the different in and outs with this plane to know when and how to do things more appropriately. But like I said, to fly this plane, you kind of really have to know what you're doing. There is no autopilot to do it for you. Yep, just wanted to make sure that when I did hit my landing gear lever on my own, that it actually came back up. You know, I suppose once you get this thing trimmed just right, I mean, she does kind of fly pretty nice. I mean, you still kind of got to watch it and make small adjustments here and there. You're just not going to get her 100% solidly perfect and maintain that 100% of the time. And I suppose had I controlled my own throttle when I got down on the runway, I probably could have cut the fuel and properly been able to do what I needed to do too, and maybe only bounced once and brought it to a stop. So the next time I fly this, I'm gonna have to keep that all in mind. That might just be the better way to go about it. This thing will capture and do an ILS. It will capture the glide slope and follow it down when that's available. So I mean, that does help. But this thing doesn't really at all have the capability of doing an RNAV. Unless you do properly get the GPS working and it can follow the GPS a little bit, you might be able to control the descent manually down there on your own, I suppose. One other thing to keep in mind, in order to keep this thing in the air, you really do kind of have to have always have the engines going and have that forward momentum. Otherwise, this thing would have a habit of basically dropping like a rock. Alright, so we should be pretty much heading the right direction. About as lined up as we could possibly be. I can't really quite see it yet, but technically I suppose that might be it over to the right. I do think I see those flashing lights, but for some reason I don't think that's it. Suppose we could try doing this. Oh yeah, there it is. Gotta zoom in a little bit. Just wanted to check, make sure my landing gear were coming down. Yeah, it is a lot better controlling it all on your own. Yeah, see that again, guys? I don't always, for some reason, get the reversers to come on and click in and actually activate. I always have bad luck with that. I don't know why. Alright, so what we're going to have to do now is rotate on around. I mean, I suppose we are on the grass, so we could taxi way on the grass, but... But we are here. Welcome to Fort Good Hope.
After landing checks complete.
Oh, I actually missed it through the runway. Or the taxiway, rather. I'm sure the airport won't mind as long as I don't squish any lights. Alright, so I do believe over here there's technically a parking spot, but I'm going to do the... Alright, I'm going to say right about here is pretty much good. And parking brakes.
Parking brake is set. Cut engines.
And here goes the engines. There we go.
Parking checks complete. A-plan secured.
Out comes the stairs. Doors are opening. Now I'm pretty sure I'm probably not actually in a parking spot, so it's probably not going to work. Nope. And honestly, I don't know if it could actually do anything for me anyway. Nope. So as good as Pmdg is, and as nice as the plane is, and I'm almost kind of surprised they didn't try to give you any built-in ground equipment for this besides the ground power unit. I mean, you do get a tow bar, a few other things, but I mean, like I could put the covers on. I could put out the tow bar and tractor, oil fans, mechanic stands. So I mean, there is some stuff that is added, but I thought it would be kind of neat. For example, like like the 737 cargo, they actually do give you the cargo going in and out and the cargo loader. Well, I guess, I mean, for all intents and purposes, if you're at a more mainstream airport, GXX is good for that. But so, guys, it's now 8:43 at night. I do believe this flight took us around. Let's see. I mean, by the time I started the second flight, after I goofed up to take off on the first one, I want to say it had to be somewhere around quarter after 6, 6:30. If it was 6:30, let's just, be a little generous. It's 8:43 now, so 6:30 to 7:30, 7:30 to 8:30. That's like 2 hours, 15 minutes. I don't have time to do a return flight back to Yellowknife tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Um, I really don't really necessarily want to stop now, but at least I can't do what I was originally planning. But let me have a moment. I'm going to take a look at some of the other airports that I know that Buffalo flew into. See what's nearby to see if anything will kind of meet the time frame. So I'll be right back, guys, in just a couple of minutes, and I'll let you know. And I promise I won't forget about you this time and bring the screen back. Well, here's one for us. Um, I think we might actually do one more flight. So what I found is we could go to Deline. Deline is only a 158 nautical mile trip. You know, that might be an hour, hour and a half, maybe somewhere thereabouts in there somewhere. Um, I think I can handle that. Let's go ahead and do that. Man, do you hear that? I never noticed that before. Bird sounds, and I think we had some other type of wildlife out there howling a little bit. You know, I guess I do like the route a little bit better than the last one. Alrighty. Well, I guess if anybody's curious, actually, you know, I mean, his way it stood, I mean, visually, we could tell my landing wasn't that great, but Atlanta kind of liked it. They gave me 187 feet on the flight rate, or landing rate. Alright, welcome back, guys. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start getting rid of all this extra stuff so I don't forget about that. Leave the ground power. I'm going to start closing all the doors. Already closing. There goes the main door. But the cargo doors aren't moving yet. Oh yeah, there they go. They're closing. Alright. Now, according to SimBrief, now they recommend 11,000 feet. I guess maybe we'll take that. It's not far off my normal the target I would have done otherwise. But we're gonna go 49,000 pounds on the fuel. That's good. Again, I'm not even gonna put cargo in.
Cockpit pre-flight. Completed. Voice recorder. Tested. Oil coolers and cow flaps. Water and position. Fuel and fluids. Checked. Pressurization. Set. Manifold and duct pressure. Checked. Radios. Checked. Doors and hatches. Seat belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles. Set to idle. Propellers. Forward and 3. Before start checks complete. Start engines.
And this time I do actually have a waypoint to use. VQ. Oh, Norman Wells. I know that's another one. But it's alright. And then we go CYWJ. And I'm not going to bother with approaches because apparently this thing has a problem once you do that. Alright, we're coming down here. Oh, you know what I'm also going to do? That's all good, but I'm going to top up. But I don't need to, I shouldn't have to repair or service anything. But there we go. Let's go ahead and get this bird started up for our second leg. Oh, I never updated the stream, but I'll do that once we're in the air.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Sounds like we have 4 good successful engine starts. Let's go outside and verify that. Engines can be picky sometimes. You know, after you've been running it, you come and land, you turn the engines off. But
Start selecting boost pumps. Off and off. Battery switch. Flame battery. Generators and inverters. Checked and on. Emergency lights. Armed. Ground power. Removed. After start checks complete.
alright, so next checklist would be before takeoff. So all we really need to do right now, release parking brakes. Gonna be taking off runway 25.
Boost pumps. Boost pumps on low. Fuel selector and
Now normally I'll just stop before we get on the runway, but they can do this while we're taxiing.
Off and cold. Hydraulic system. Down, forward, pressure and quantity checked. Okay. Flaps 20. Flaps set 20. Windows and turbine. Closed and on. Controls. Gas lock released. Free. Detonator. On. Mixture and cowl flaps. Breech unlocked. Set. Transponder. On. Landing lights. Extended and on. Before takeoff checks complete.
There we go. We're gonna do a
Water injection.
wet takeoff again.
On.
This runway makes me a little nervous. Technically, guys, I'll be honest, I'm not sure if this runway is really long enough. I know they mostly flew to DC4, which is a little shorter, and they flew a lot more of the DC3s and that other one in here a lot more. But we'll soon find out.
Cowl flaps. Cowl flaps. Cowl flaps set. Full power, please. Going full power. Full power set.
Alright, let's go ahead and see if we got enough power to take off of this runway. Maybe. Oh yeah. There is enough.
Buzzer ring, gear up. Gear selected up. Nose going up. Meter power. Setting meter power, 48 inches, 2600 RPM.
Definitely plenty of power to give.
Meter power set. Climb power. Setting climb power. Climb power set. And the takeoff checklist, please. After takeoff checks complete.
There we go. We'll have some more climb power. Well, she is grabbed the navigation path. That is the one thing I will say. When it comes down to grab the switch, you just can't hardly see it. This one I can always see just fine, but so we're climbing pretty decently. I still have plenty of power to go. I'm gonna speed up our ascent a little bit here. Subrief seems to think 11,000 is a good spot. Maybe we'll do that this time. So yeah, we could definitely take off that runway. It did get a little hairy towards the end, meaning that I probably could have lifted off a little sooner than I did. Meaning we could probably actually put a little cargo in here as well. But I was looking at that last night, and I wasn't honestly sure if it was long enough. I will say though, as short as that runway is, obviously there's not a whole lot of room for something going wrong or changing your mind on takeoff. You either make it or it's over. There we go, coming up on 10,000 feet. There we go. That probably should have rolled back that dial a little sooner. But there we are, 11,000 feet. We'll see how fast she goes at 11,000, guys. But while we're waiting on that, it just kind of occurred to me. But is this, outside of the format of the tablet, does the exterior and size of this tablet all look familiar? Now this one's a little bit more up down where Pmdg it's a little more angled back. But I'm actually kind of curious to know or see if they reused the case of the tablet for the new tablet, the Pmdg, but just kind of updated the software. I'll be curious to see. Right now, they're talking like they may not get the new tablet in the DC6, but I kind of hope they do. I mean, put that along with what this has available, and I think that would be pretty decent. Because that is one thing this plane needs more than the 737 is charts. We have no digital nothing unless you're actually using the GPS, which, I mean, let's face it, with it being all the way up there, and unless you actually do some kind of custom view, you really can't really see it anyway. How about that, guys? Look how fast we're going this time around. But I'm going to go ahead and let it go cruise power. Of course, some of that speed's probably going to bleed off a little bit because they are going to lower their RPMs. Now, of course, another thing I didn't show you. If you come here, it'll always kind of tell you what the status of your engines are. Because unlike your 737 engines, these engines are actually pretty easy, to destroy. So right now, we're being told cold within icing range, which means technically I might actually want to turn on the the warmers. I don't like this. It says high stress range, but they put it to where it's supposed to be. And I'll be honest to say that I really don't quite know enough to know what I should be doing to fix that. I'm just going to leave it and hope it doesn't blow. However, I will say one thing. They also did make this plane to remember how you treated it your last flight. So over time, you know, if you don't check your fluids, top off your fluids, do the necessary maintenance, and where you're not treating your plane very well, you're going to possibly feel that the next time you jump in it. But we are currently 112 miles out. I'm going to put the music on for a few, and once we get ready to go back down again, I'll come back to the flight deck and do our thing.
At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Alright guys, welcome back to the flight deck. Hope you enjoyed a few minutes of music. That airport that I tried pointing out and circling and watching, I do believe that was Norman Wells. That is one of the airports that Buffalo Airways services. But I am going to get started on the descent. We're about 69 miles away. And as we saw, I did wait a little too long to start last time and or descended a little too slow, so I'm going to start a little sooner this time.
26 inches set. Descent checklist, please. Altimeters and flight instruments cross-checked. Seatbelt signs on.
You know, especially since we're starting from 1,000 feet higher than previously.
Descent checks are complete.
Now again, we're coming in on just about a straight-in approach. We do not need to circle the airport at all, unless I again screw it up. But like I said, you know, if I paid a little bit more attention and if I actually take over the plane and hand fly it a lot sooner, a lot easier to control and line up. And quite frankly, I had a little bit more fun when I did that this last time, so that is probably what I'll do. I'll probably still tell the tablet to do its approach and everything. But once it makes a checklist, I'm probably going to make sure the slider is undone and I take control of the throttles where I feel they need to be and manage it on my own. So hopefully this landing will be a lot better than my last attempt. Now this is again another airport I have not flown into. Technically I don't know how big it is. Big enough for the DC6. I'm at least going to land it there. I hate to be like Swiss 001. But time guys. But with that being said, if I land this plane in the airport, I'm not going to try to take off from it. if it's really too small of a landing strip. What'll probably happen is tomorrow night, instead of doing a DC6, I'll get the DC3 ready to go, and we'll learn how to fly the DC3. That's a plane I haven't flown at all yet. But that would be a bit more realistic than the plane we're flying tonight, as this is a DC6 rather than a DC4. But like I said, I mean, this plane is virtually the same, just longer. Although I will say the plane that they had on Ice Pilots didn't exactly look the same. It definitely looked a bit rougher. You know, maybe it had a different couple systems on here, might have been customized a little bit throughout the years. You know, that is what happens with planes over time. You know, systems get upgraded, systems get changed, systems go down. They can't get the same system, so they put a different type style system in. It's the way it goes. But I also kind of want to say that the DC-4 they were flying very well likely could be the way it was originally made from when it was used in World War II. They might not have upgraded those systems too much. So obviously it probably definitely have a bit different look. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit. I might regret it, but we still got 51 miles to go. And we're already under 7,000. But on this approach, they actually rather want you starting out at 2100. On the final approach. So 2100 will be our stop at descending altitude. .43 miles. I think I do want to let it go a little harder on the descent. So we're about 30 miles out. Subtract the general 10 miles that you want to be prepared to land. You only got 20 miles to drop, but slow down a little bit. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really not like flying a regular plane, where you got all this. You don't have auto brakes, you don't have the spoilers, speed brakes at all to help you out. Alright, we're about 23 miles, so only really 13 miles to go for a top of drop to the runway. Now we get started on the end range.
Normal. Fuel booster pumps. On low. Fuel tank selectors. Mains on, crossfeed off. Hydraulic bypass valve. Down. No smoking signs. On. In-range checks complete.
Alright, so we're pretty much about at 2100. There we go. We're now about 18 miles out. Speed's starting to come down a little bit, which is good. We needed to. Now, in a moment here, I'm going to take over. And it shall be my plane. So I don't have to mess around.
Flaps 20. Setting flaps 20.
It'll be a little early, but I'd rather do it now than last minute. So I just want to kind of take over the plane and make sure that I can do what I need to do to make sure we have a successful landing this time around. Yeah, maybe I did it a little too soon. But I mean, still 11 miles out, a little early for gear, but it's the automation.
Gear down and locked, 3 lanes. Browse. 2400 RPM. 2400 RPM set. Cal flaps. +3 degrees. Cal flaps set. ADI.
10 miles out.
ADI is off. Landing lights. Speed good. Extending lights. Lights extended and on. RB. Calming call. Safe call. Before landing checks complete.
Nine miles out. Alright, y'all, I'm going to take over, make her my plane. There we go, she's all mine. I'm going to land myself manually up better than where I'm at. Airport is slightly off to our right. Thinking that's it over there. Alright, I made the throttles mine. Got full flaps. Let's go ahead and get rid of a little bit of throttle. Oh, wait a minute. I almost pulled an XP and landed on the apron. Oh wait, no, I was right. That was the runway. So we'll do this over again, guys. Circle around again. I should have taken a closer look at it. I was right to begin with, and then wait. I thought for a second there, I thought it was a grass runway. That was a pretty wide runway, guys. As wide as that was, I swore that had to be the apron. I'll have to check satellite image later, guys, and see what it actually looks like. Because at the end of the day, the last one where we're at, I forgot to mention it. That was scenery that was available on flightsim.to. I did put it in the description. This one, nobody's done an airport for it. So this airport here is strictly Microsoft default. And we all know what Microsoft likes to do with airports by default. Doesn't always hardly get things right. I just can't believe for that airport, or really any airport, our runway would be that wide. Alright, so if we do a hard turn and carefully manage our descent, which I'm not doing a very good job of at the moment. Watching that descent rate. There she blows. And we'll get it right this time, guys. But look at that. Look how wide that is and how far away we are. That, if that is a complete runway, that is out of this world, being that wide. Which is why I was thinking, no, we need to go to the left like it's a grass one-way. And then the trees, they just come right up to the edge of the runway. So this is kind of a tricky landing. I mean, by all rights, those trees probably shouldn't be where they're at. I can't believe they would be if they're actually, in real life like that. But I'm going to have to go through the trees, guys, if I'm going to have a chance of landing this thing. Oh, and I pulled an XP. I forgot my landing gear. Alright, so nothing to see here. Be right back, guys. Alright, we're back, guys. Landing gear there. I'm not sure why I thought they weren't. But they're there. But actually, let me check out that airport map just to see where we're at and where we gotta go. So I'm not sure what that road is ahead of us, but it's not part of the airport. But we do kind of need to kind of turn ourselves around here. But yeah, I am actually pretty curious. Once we're done, I'm going to have to go on Google Maps, get a satellite, and see what's actually here in real life. See why it's actually, this wide. I'm actually kind of having fun, guys, flying this bird. I know I haven't flown very well tonight, as I keep making mistake after mistake. But, one thing to keep in mind, I don't fly this plane very often. Flying this plane at these airports here are kind of like flying into GA airports. Let's see here, we got a building. I say we're just going to need to find a place to park. Well, apparently he seems to think that's a place to park over there, but it's alright. We'll stick with what we're doing here. Park like I'm leaving myself an easy way out. Oh, we never did this.
Cooling turbine. Normal.
Oh, wrong one. After landing.
After landing checks complete. Parking brake is set. Cut entrance. checks complete. A plan secured.
Alright, so here we are, guys. Um, we're here in Deline. Not really a lot to see here, but again, guys, this is a default airport by default. Um, it's possible somebody might have done some payware airports for these guys. I didn't really look too hard, but at the same token, because these are at the moment airports, I'm probably never gonna really hardly fly into. You know, it's one of those things you really gotta kind of think about. You know, when you spend money on airports, how often are you gonna fly there? You know, are you gonna get your money's worth out of it? But for this, I might, you know, if I like flying out here enough with these planes, I may just take the time to work my magic and be the one to do it. But I'm just coming down here because I'm kind of curious. So obviously the main road, but this right here, let's see, is this a possible village? I would think that if this is a village, and I think it is potentially possible. You know, we probably saw a bunch of this in a TV show, at least one episode. I mean, this is right out next to the airport. You know, you also got to remember, you know, we're in the Northern Territories, guys. I mean, we're literally, you know, if you ever wanted to get literal, you're in the middle of nowhere. You're in the sticks. You're in the boonies. You're in no man's land. You know, you might have this little village, but look around out there. There's not going to be much. It's just a small little community. And that airport is essentially what's keeping this town alive, keeping them fed. So it gets some of the heating fuel during the winter so they can stay warm. Hmm. What is this? Is this possibly another landing strip? Kinda looks like it could be. Yeah, that's generally the area. But man, listen to that. I really gotta say, that is one of the kind of cool things about flying out here. You know, you spend all your time flying the big boys, the 737s and the A320s, flying in and out of O'Hare and LaGuardia, Atlanta. You don't get to see and hear this stuff, guys. Listen to the wildlife. To me, that is really, really cool. You know, it kind of reminds me of a story back in the days of flying FSX. It only happened to me one time. I only saw it once, never saw it again. But where I live, there's GA everywhere. But I was flying into this airport that as a kid, I'd be sitting in the back seat, either going, on Saturday morning, go to get groceries with my mom or whatever. There's this parachuting school, right? So if you drove, down a certain road by that airport, at the right time, you could see some planes flying in, right? So when I got FSX, I'm like, so let me see if I can get in this GA plane and land at that airport, right? Well, I landed in there and I got to the end of the runway, and there's woods around, just kind of like it is here. And suddenly I saw a deer. Deer came running out, looked around at me, and then the deer ran right back into the woods. I never saw that type of thing again. Now, I have happened to notice that in the settings, there's a setting for fauna. But I can't personally say I've actually seen birds flying around at all. I can't say as if I personally seen an animal in the sim. I do understand supposedly if you go over to, Africa or whatever, there might be some animals there kind of roaming around. But I am kind of excited at this point to be able to hear the birds and hear some wildlife around. That's pretty cool. But I know that's not why you're watching the stream, to hear me go on about my childhood experiences necessarily, or what I found in this game's predecessor, FSX. But I really did kind of, you know, think that was cool, and I really thought that story related. But I do thank you guys for flying around with me tonight. Obviously, not really a whole lot to show you here at this default airport. I will take a look to see what happened to with this runway. Why is it so wide? Did Microsoft goof up, or perhaps is it this way in real life? Well, I'll find out. Um, but we'll see. But tomorrow night, if I fly, which I probably will, um, it'll be from this airport. Looking at the length of the runway, and I think we could probably take off out of here, out of the DC4. Um, I don't know if I mentioned it, but again, on the way here, that airport I kept on trying to look at and point out with my mouse, that was Norman Wells. That airport definitely big enough for the DC6. Definitely need to make sure we hit that one. And I do believe there's one more community out there that they flew to deliver goods. But then there's also 2 or 3 other airports that they flew passenger service to on a regular basis. And then there's also the one other airport that Buffalo actually had their maintenance shops at. It might be kind of cool to hit that. Um, but let me take a look, guys. Let me see what I can do tonight. If I find that there's not really a lot I can do scenery-wise around the apron, but I can figure out what's going wrong with the runway, why it's so wide, just for, the visual effect of it all. Maybe I'll fix the runway and get it in the sim so we can look at it tomorrow, but really I've got a maximum of 2 hours before I really need to be in bed. So we'll see. But I hope you all had fun. I certainly did. I really am having fun flying the DC6 again. Definitely a bit different than what I've been used to over the last year. Only really flying the big jets. Um, at some point, I will post our flight for tomorrow. Keep an eye out for it. As always, thank you for watching. If you liked what you saw, please remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Thanks again, and see you tomorrow.